All right. Greetings, everyone. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those three things. And welcome back. Welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we finished with the city of Nokron, and we got our finger-slaying blade. We obtained a lot of cool treasures. We fought a nifty little boss. Thank you again, Kernifer, for all your hard work on that. And everyone else who was involved. And then at the end, we proceeded to briefly, very briefly, show off Deeproot depths. Today, our plan is to show off the rest. And what I mean by rest is like almost all of it. How is everyone doing? It's time to get started. First, I'll apologize for the lateness once again. I have been... Well, okay. This time was kind of on me. There was a ROM hack that dropped recently called, The Sealed Palace. The Legend of Zelda, The Sealed Palace. It's a ROM hack co-authored by 3 separate authors. So it's really freaking good. I think one of them is Jinosuke. Or Jinosuke? I'm not quite sure how to say that. Forgive me. And I'm also probably just misremembering the name anyway. But, yeah, that ROM hack is good. It's hard to put down. But outside of that, I did have to download regulation patch 1.09, to keep my files from being corrupted, which took me an extra second, so I really do apologize about that. And I can already see that we have 650 drop frames. It's corresponding to roughly 1% of the frame output on stream. Great start. In terms of things I'd get back to you on, I'd rather show than tell on this. We're going to go back to the the round table hold, and look at our bosses. I'd rather show than tell. If we go to Ainsel River, no, I'm sorry, it's Siofra River. Yes, we can totally resurrect these bosses if we would like to obtain their codex entry. I will do this in my off time when I have the time for it, probably over spring break. Right now, I'm just kind of doing what I can to float, to coast. We're gonna go back to Deeproot Depths, the Great Waterfall Crest, and in the meantime, while that loads in, I want to show our updates. We have some. We have a lot. Recently, make sure I've magnified the viewing as much as I can so I know what you're looking at. So, version 6.0 dropped. It's great. Rune forging. So the way that we sort of enhance our passive stats as we play is through a new system where basically we now obtain rune pieces, and they are found around all over the world. We restore a great rune and present 20 rune pieces to Enya, and we'll unlock the system, and we'll be permitted to fuse 20 rune pieces into a binding rune, which grants passive boosts. These range from stat increases to improvements in various values like spell costs or movement speed. Each restored great rune unlocks a wider variety of binding runes to choose from, themed in accordance to the demigod whose power binds them. So think of them like a subsystem. So if we go back and look at our great rune. Godric's Great Rune does exactly what you'd expect. It does exactly what you'd expect. And we've obtained a new item as well. Fractured image of the Elden Rune of Radagon. Speak to Finger Reader Enya to access Runeforging. To be Elden Lord is to seek all disciplines, for all mastery to converge upon one champion. Only thus might they shoulder the weight of their crown. Sound familiar, huh? Yeah, that sounds like Dark Souls 2 all over again. At least in terms of its messaging and presentation. Where a crown is a burdensome thing. In NG Plus, we'll have even more binding runes, like an ascended selection. So, reaching the level cap of 200 now allows purchase of further rune pieces at the site of grace instead of leveling up. Bosses in New Game Plus will also drop the rune pieces. So, something else. And that just takes care of, like, the progression system that's there. In terms of gameplay, we have plunges. We don't have plunging attacks, or, like, plunge criticals, but we do have plunging attacks. Specifically, when we're jumping from heights further than 3 meters, deal increased damage, increased poise damage, and have enhanced staggering. Absolutely pancaking lesser enemies, to borrow the description shown here. You can get my own cursor off the screen. And the long-tailed cat talisman now pairs with this precise new gameplay style where you're literally pouncing on people from high up. Great stuff. Deathbite and Madness cause enemies to flinch in the same way that Frostbite or Bloodloss does. Fortune's got a rework, kind of. Some of them changed, some of them didn't. Not some of them changed a lot. Some of them changed, like, maybe by a few words. Then we got 2 spells, Glintstone, Snowdrift, and Moonchill. And we need to obtain Ronnie's scroll to get it. And we need to go to the Falling Sky painting in Redmane Castle, like, to complete the Falling Sky painting located there. Great. But general hitbox fixes, specific buffs, magma sorceries became a little bit more tenable for casting. Generator spells are now marked with a blue tier on their icon, which, if we go back, notice that Golden Star, Honed Bolt, and Bestial Sling have this blue teardrop at the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, that's a pretty nice touch. Now we know for sure what's a generator and what's not. Consumables, grease and drawstrings were merged into one. Greases are always fast drawstring greases and last for 30 seconds. Greases are much easier to craft. And any drawstring grease that we have is replaced with a regular grease. So all of our drawstring greases are effectively useless. So if we go over and look, I'm sure we have some. Yeah, we could sell these now. They're meaningless. Then it doesn't really affect us. Because we already have the Dectus medallion, but the half of the medallion, I think it's the left half, because the right half should be in Fort Height. Fort Faroth now has its Dragon Barrow tier scaling, and Battle Mage Hughes it has become much harder to deal with. Again, this doesn't really affect us, but for those who are, like, following along, like, hey, Battle Mage Hughes is really rough now. That's why. So, resurrect bosses. Oh, I didn't even spot that. So apparently all the bosses are supposed to be covered now, which is just great. Absolutely fantastic. Other than that, there's a ton of UI stuff. And then for 6.1, because A, B, C, D, and E are all balance changes, 6.1 basically just adapts the game to regulation version 1.09. Boss Resurrect should work a little bit better than advertised now. All kinds of other stuff, but most importantly, that there was something here in particular. Right. Fixed board ray tracing and character model related crashes with the Leonin Misbegotten and Ancestor Spirit. Due to these bugs, the Ancestor Spirit has lost its headlock on point. Good, we already got it. We already defeated them. But if when I have to defeat them again, that's gonna suck. And the Leonin Misbegotten has lost its 2 added sword models. Yay! These features will come back in a later update. That's really about it. The rest of this is just, like, small balancing things. Any rune pieces we couldn't collect. Etc, etc, etc. There's a lot. 6.0 is a lot to unpack. Still is. And we won't really feel the full ramifications of it until much later. After we've had a chance to enjoy the system. Without further ado, let's actually get to playing the game. We're already 24 minutes in, and we're just now starting to move. So, this particular Erd Tree avatar, I don't know too much about it, except that it's supposed to be infused with Death Blight. And it's supposed to be very tricky to deal with. So instead of draining sleep and madness, we want to equip the Prince of Death's pustule. There's a good reason for this. It's so that we don't die due to Death Blight. For those who are unfamiliar, Death Blight saps your runes on death. It saps your runes on death. You have nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. All of that, all of those nice memes. So we want to try to prevent that as much as possible. Speaking of preventing it further, do we have any of those? We do not. So instead, what we want to do... Oh, we don't even have anything that boosts vitality, do we? Yeah, vitality very specifically. Unfortunate. Really? Fat Nada? Alright then. Very well. Okay. So, other than whatever I don't know, by the way, if you want to look up any information, you can totally type !ARRW to bring up the wiki, and they may or may not have information on the enemy. We do not currently have any good methods of... Do we have any more of those signs? Or any more materials to make signs? I don't think so. Ah, yes. We do have exactly one blessed substance. Golden centipedes? Sure. Let's fix that then. We don't have any crackling substance, I just realized. I guess we're going to be farming Fulgur Blooms sooner rather than later. 31 signs. Should be plenty for us, though. Without further ado, let's just start this thing. We're probably just going to want to render it mad. I don't think we can poison it. Or if we can, you know what? Anything's worth a try, right? Alright, it is in fact being poisoned. Oh, and as a general rule, I know I'm breaking it right now, but I guess what I just want to explain is that I don't normally talk during these. Ow. And here we are. The Cerulean Spear Crystal tier and the Viridian Hidden tier. Now, the Viridian Hidden tier I'm not very familiar with. Let's read our new finds. Temporarily boosts max FP in mixed physic. Okay. And then the Viridian Hidden tier eliminates most stamina consumption in mixed physic. Can be mixed in the flask. Okay. Hidden tiers are less potent when used together. Okay, that's good to know. So one hidden tier at a time. We have to choose. That's fine. We're used to choosing. We're totally used to choosing. Non-problem. It's not a particularly difficult fight. Most Erdtree avatars usually aren't very difficult, but you never want to, like, test your luck on that stuff. Oh, right. These ants. These have the big fat shields on them. Oh, and absolutely, Turbo, yeah, they absolutely, like, will, like, ram headlong into you. It's great. Yeah, just don't let them, you know, headbutt you. The ramming really does hurt. Yeah, did I mention they also spit formic acid? Skull plate giant ant. Good to know. Trying to think of how I want to deal with this. I guess we're dealing with it in the only way we can. Just do it. You think I haven't forgotten about your presence, mister? You think you could, you know, sneak by me? No, that ain't happening. I just realized we went from 67K to 147K, which is absolutely ridiculous, but oh my goodness, is it actually worth it? Okay, we're... Oh, no you don't. And I would like to scan that particular rune bug sometime today. Or scarab. Why did I call them rune bugs? They're scarabs. Sometime today. Now, what is... Runic Trace. What on... Okay. Splintered fragment of a great rune. Its power is faint, but pulls one toward others of its kind. A shard usable in rune forging. 20 rune pieces, maybe 4... Right, we know about that. And we have the Runic Trace. Vague memory of the shattering, recalling its terrible consequences. These traces hold no use, but their numbers tells of rune pieces collected and yet to collect. Once a great champion's rune held the divine Elden ring aloft, and the shattering of its stride past its limits. Interesting. Also, I'm totally getting the hiccups right now. I ate pizza this morning, and the pizza does that. Anyone in the market for like a good ROM hack? I think I mentioned it already. I'll mention it again. It's that good. Go play the Sealed Palace. If you like Legend of Zelda, you will like the Sealed Palace. It's vanilla enough that the general progression is the same. Like the types of areas you probably end up going to all are mostly the same, but there are some differences enough to where it's not like, you know, Vanilla Plus or something. It's not like a Master Quest Redux or Vanilla Redux. It does have some of its own plot, but it is pretty good. Puzzle solving is not too difficult. It's a slight step up from vanilla. The game won't hold your hand, but the game will tell you where you're supposed to go. You just have to be willing to explore. Yeah, the palace is definitely about exploring. The Sealed Palace. It's good. It's good. Maybe I'll play it for us on stream sometime. Because I like what I've played of it. I don't know if I want it to be a first-time experience. Obviously, it can't be because I've already played a part of it, but, well, I don't know. And I suppose that's kind of where I find myself these days, is that, there's not really anything that a first-time experience does other than be a first-time experience. That innovates what you're showing in any way. Like, it's not novel for something to be a first-time playthrough. You need it to do something else. You need to incorporate something else. Oh, that was close. Oh, up there? We can't go up there yet. We'll go up there later. It's one of the few places we'll just have to come back for. Not much else to say other than that. There will be a detour. Like, we will be turning in this finger slaying blade at some point. But there's a very specific point. The Ronnie and Fia's quest lines are so intermingled with one another. That you need to do both to have a chance at completing one of them. You definitely need to do both. And they just go so well together that you might as well complete them both. Granted, I don't know how Ronnie might feel about, you know, those who live in death. She's probably like, I don't care. I don't care. You go about your business, I'll go about mine. That being said, if one of the things that Ronnie would probably want to do is absolve or dissolve the gods and have mortals be responsible for themselves, there may or may not be a problem along... It would be a problem along a theological axis, and not because the two necessarily oppose what each other is doing. There's only one axis of opposition. Everything else is like, whatever, I guess. Alright, I suppose we're doing it like this. These are flying ants. I just want to point that out. These are flying ants. Oh, and boy, do these things hurt. You really want to try and kill them before... I know, that's everything in Elden Ring, isn't it? You really just want to try and ambush them. Don't get close. For those who are having to smack them with a sword, good luck. Although they really aren't too different from regular ants. I guess the only thing that's different is the fact that they can't do, like, these flybys and stuff. But really, if you dealt with a regular ant, you're going to be able to deal with the flying ones. Now, a cluster of flying ants, that's where it gets interesting. I believe I've seen them do a circle attack once, where they all kind of, like, fly in this concentric ring, and they sort of get ready to dive bomb you one after another. It's really neat. And this is... I'll show it assuming I can remember it. If I can't, then I'm not going to waste your time. Spoiler, I don't remember right now. Alright. Back on Torrent. And Torrent is absolutely essential here. Very, very important for navigating the Deeproot depths to start with. You could do a lot of it on foot, but there are some portions where you just need the jump power. There's no dicing it. You just gotta have the jump power. We're gonna go ahead and make sure we have our lantern on. Because it's, you know, a cave with, you know, undergrowth and foliage. You know, I'll take being bonked in the head by an ant, or head bonked by an ant. That's one time where they're not using their salivated mandibles to do any of their dirty work. Another striking feature of the Deeproot depths outside of its ant colonies is this ant queen with the bloated egg sac, a bloated abdomen. Yeah, you can kill them in one go if you do it right. Okay, maybe not with a spell like that. And each one of those bloated ants carries with it a Newman rune, which is just freaking sweet. Yeah, Deeproot Depths is the real bee's knees. This is where you get all of your other rewards. I like coming here to Deeproot Depths. There is just a lot to offer here. Even if who don't like spells. Even if you don't want to do any of the quests associated with this place, you should want to run through this area just for the Newman runes. Just for the crystal tears. Or other cool consumables. It's all worth it. And Kernifer and company really have done their best to make the whole of the game worth it and not just specific spots. No streamlining. No, you don't need this, that, or the other area. We're gonna cut those out. None of that. Just straight up, let's populate these areas with extra loot. It's great. Nice. Yeah, and these ants will just, not only will they drop down, but they will spit out, and they will eject formic acid out of their abdomens. Yeah, these ants mean business. Oh my goodness, do they mean business. And the Newman's rune is 10k. Something you didn't really get to know with vanilla. Ow. Oh, also, did I forget to mention that the acid was rot spray? Yeah, you should totally know that. I think I demoed that in an earlier episode, but just in case it wasn't apparent, yeah, it's a rot spray. How about I kill you in one fell swoop? What about that? That's right. Flame of the Fell God is also pretty good, as it turns out. Being able to, you know, deal just a casual 1600 is great. I really do have to stop getting hit by the formic acid. And if it's rot spray, it's still formic acid to me. Oh, come on. Do I really have to do this a second time? There we go. I just needed one more. Oh, never mind. Two more. Make that two more. Make that two more casts of Golden Star. Oh, I suppose one thing I should do is Wow, have I not been using Fortune of the Cleric this whole time? Speaking of fortunes, now would be a good time to go over the ones we have. So in terms of the fortune effects, stuff that was common. Stuff that's common became a little more generic. So, with Fortune of the Wizard, notice that you do not see anywhere in here that, you know, incantation costs are increased. You don't see that anywhere. Fortune of the Sorcerer, however, also does not see that. Like, Wizard and Sorcerer became a little bit more friendly to, you know, to incantation users. Fortune of the Warlock got, I think, a pretty significant increase, or a pretty significant rework. This used to increase faith. It's just arcane now. Increases memory slots. Any status effect that occurs in the vicinity provides a buff and increases spell damage and decreases the FP cost of spells. And increases stamina regeneration. Each unique status effect provides a separate stack of this buff. Having 3 or more status effect buffs active grants HP and FP. So now with Wizard... specifically with Warlock, we don't really care if we use sorceries or incantations. We don't care about that. All we care about are status effects. Ranger, did that get a rework? Increases item discovery, duration of buffs, decreased status effect build-up, movement speed, projectile range when wielding bows, landing attacks, including bows. Okay, that part is new. Decreases the stamina consumption of successive attacks. The not new part. Stronger attacks decrease stamina consumption more. Yeah, so the Ranger's like a furious attacker that does care about bows, but doesn't care about them that much. And then Paladin is interesting. Paladin used to care about some kinds of incantations. Now it doesn't. It increases elemental defense, increases equip load and poise, increasing block effectiveness when wielding a shield. Blocking attacks or taking damage restores FP. When under half health, provides a healing effect that increases cast speed and FP cost of incantations. That's the only part it cares about. Incantations. This used to increase sorcery costs. It no longer does this. Instead, decreases movement speed, arcane, and stamina regen all at once. It's just so strange. Everything became a little more generic, which is good, I guess. I think the only kind of thing that really didn't become super generic was Fortune of Latenna, and that's kind of the overall goal with Legendary Fortunes, is that they're specific. They should pigeonhole you into a specific kind of playstyle. It should make sense. Like, and it does. Everything else, however, not so much. Which means we can start keeping a loadout of other kinds of spells. Warlock does not care about the kinds of spells cast. It's huge. It's very huge. We'll definitely be switching to it as soon as we can. Nice. Okay, we did in fact. I still can't believe I'm running around without the correct fortune implied. We will definitely shuffle that out at the next next rest site. Let's drop down. And what we'll want to do is I would like to pull these back. So we're going to make sure that's targeted. There we go. That's much better. I do worry with the change. Like, Wizard cares somewhat about sorceries, but it helps everything more. Where, I don't know. I guess Wizard and Sorcerer still feel like they're holding on to the vestiges of, oh, I care about X kind of spell or Y kind of spell. Now there isn't any, other than Cleric. I think Cleric is the one that cares now. Cleric specifically cares about support, like, support schools. of incantation. Like Erd Tree incantations, which tend to be in the supporting role. It cares about that, and I think that's about it. It's really strange design. It's good design. It's just strange. It'll take me time to get used to it. I did take that off my bar, right? Looks like I did. Alright, now we're going to just pierce in a straight line and get a double. You'll love to see it. You definitely love to see it. Alright, ants. Bring it on. Show me what you're capable of. We're almost out of the nest of ants. And if you thought you could corner me by timing it between my spellcasts, ant, you have another thing coming. Now this here is probably one of the more interesting spells in the game. This one right here. We have Elden Stars. That's right. This is probably the worst, I shouldn't say the worst incantation in the game, but it is, I wouldn't call it a good one. So Elden Stars, I do forget that this is everything I'm saying is pre-ERR. I have no idea what that kind of looks like in an ERR environment. Basically, Elden Stars is the final attack, is one of the spells that the Elden Beast spits out. Yeah, it'll spit that out at you every so often, and it's usually rather annoying because there's all kinds of homing fragments off of it. Elden Stars, I would liken a little more to is it Frozen Orb? I believe it's Frozen Orb, or a facsimile of it in Diablo 3, where it's got like these these spiraling tendrils that shoot off of it. Or in World of Warcraft, Frozen Orb. Oh god. Frozen Orb has these swirling offshoots coming out of it every so often. It's a good AoE spell, but it definitely has its limitations. I kind of liken Elden Stars to that. It's a good spell, but it definitely has its case uses. It's not something you use all the time. It's a huge FP sink. Let's take a look at it again, just to be sure I'm not speaking ills. Yeah, 600 for a 50 faith spell that uses 3 slots. Which, I mean, those things line up fine. I don't mind if it's an expensive spell that uses a ton of slots. What I care about is what it actually does, and how well does it do it. And Elden Stars, on average, struggles a lot with being anything more than a fringe AoE spell. That really, quite honestly, other spells do a better job compared to Elden Stars. We will... I can't tell if... I can't tell if that's a flying ant. Looks like it. Maybe we could poison it. Hello, friend. You seem to have gotten stuck. Maybe we could help you out. And I guess we just kind of sit there and wait. I really do not think there's anything I can do to hasten this. And I really don't want to be using all of our Starlight Shards. Kind of, well, it's Starlight tokens, but we still don't really want to be doing that. Yep, we just sit here and wait. Make everything look pretty. So in terms of... We already have a 10k rune, so... Newman's rune is more... It's flavor. The Newmen are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Marika herself. Oh, well that should say something about, Oh, please keep ticking. There we go. Thank you, Aunt. Sorry you had to put up with that, but thankfully you have passed from this world now, and you aren't stuck in a tree branch. It's a pity. I would have liked to have fought that particular ant. This place could also be referred to as a center for ants. Oh God. Ben Stiller is the gift that never stops. He is the gift that never stops. And boy, is that line just memorable. I don't even know what he was playing. I just know the clip. It's a very hilarious clip. I think because the voice acting is so bad, that's why it's so funny. Maybe over our first break, which won't be too long from now, maybe within the next few minutes, I'll look it up over break, and we can discuss it afterward. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I am looking for a center for ants. No, I'm kidding. I'm looking for a rest site, and I know where it is. I'm just trying to think of the best way to get there, and also obtain all the sweet goodies at the same exact time. And really, in this land, you just can't. You gotta pick. That's all you could do is pick. So I guess that's what we'll do. We'll pick. We'll get the sweet goodies. And the rest site can come later, right? Hopefully everyone's liking the series so far. It's not an easy do... I know. I literally crank on the software and hit stream. Start streaming. How much easier can it get than that? But I sometimes have to work up motivation. I have to work up the desire to stream. And granted, doing this as though it were a habit really does help. Look, if you don't want to do something but know that you got to do it anyway. Do it for at least a month. And it'll be a nice, well-formed habit. Frick. Although, really, from what I understand, a well-formed habit takes, like, 72 days? 72 days to stick? And only about a week to break? Yeah, you know, habits are these things that are hard to form, and once you get going, as long as you don't, you know, start getting a streak of missing days, you should be fine. I want to be really freaking careful, because we have the opportunity to lose 212k runes, and that would be a very unfun experience. an extremely unfun experience. You know what? You guys are in the perfect range for this. Oh, baby, a triple. Oh, no. Oh, baby, a single. A double, even. Oh, I did not like the sound those mandibles made clapping together. Ugh. You know, that's one thing I never, ever, ever want to see in my lifetime. I think I would actually faint. Is giant insects. You know, ants the size of buildings. The whole Earth would literally be a center for ants. I'm gonna rub this joke into the ground because I appreciate Ben Stiller's incredible carrying for that entire clip. The grand total of you know, what is it, 15 seconds? Something like that. I will look it up on break. Okay. Let's do fun things. I like fun things. I like casting spells. Who else likes casting spells? Anyone fancy themselves a magician? Yeah, usually my go-to in tabletops and stuff is usually a wizard or a cleric or whatever the casting classes are, because and especially if they cast full, typically out of the play group, I'm the person who is most likely to go for one of those two things. Not that the rest of my peers lack, as they would say, lack the brain cells for it. It's more just I have a knack for keeping spell slots straight. This even extends to, you know, pseudo Vancian style classes like warders. For those who know Pathfinder 1E, you'll be aware that there is a subset of classes called that come from source material called Path of War. It's attempt to do some, basically, in Pathfinder, if you're a melee, if you primarily operate through melee combat, you are picking feats, and you are saying, I smack things good. I'd like to do something a little bit more flavorful than that, and you can really only do Cavalier, Samurai, or Druid stuff so much before it gets tiring, boring, and it lacks just that touch of anime flavor. I like Naruto for a reason. So, Path of War suits me very well. Is it the most balanced thing? No, not really, but does it matter? No, I like it. And if I'm running a campaign, it's almost an auto include. What can I say? I really like the source material. I love the fact that it's not just, hey, I swing big dumb sword. If I want to turn off my brain, sure, we could do that. And I have no problem swinging big dumb sword and dealing 60 damage in a turn. Or like 100 damage in a turn. I have no problem with that. But I am not a person who generally likes to shut off the brain. Thinking stimulates me. I do have my limits. I'm not a human who just says, "Oh yeah, think all the time." No, I need some vegetation too. But I much prefer. I'm a huge analytical thinker. I love thinking in that sequential way that you really just just can't do by swing big stick and hit hard. You just can't do it that way. Also, we have to go around. I realized what the error was. Alright. 6 rune arcs. Yeah, each one of those big ants, big bloated ants, was in fact carrying a rune arc on it. That's how they get so big. They're old ants. At this rate, like I said, this place is the cream of the crop. You're getting 5 or 6 rune arcs. You're getting like 100k you're getting 50k runes just from the Newman's rune, and you're getting a whole bunch of other sweet goodies. I'll just go ahead and start drinking. Okay, that does not work. Thankfully, that's only because its range is short. The flame of the Fell God is sick. I'm so glad I actually have the faith to use this. How come... Why is it so short? It's more like a medium range spell, which is fine. Yeah, you spit your formic acid. Come on. You see what I mean? There come the flybys. Well, that's when the whole plan goes to hell, I guess. That's alright. We'll just zap them out of the sky. Never mind. We're not going to zap them out of the sky. Instead, we're going to zap them on the ground. Yeah, Frenzied Burst is pretty good for a spell. Just having the ability to sort of act from long range is good. I'm really surprised that sorcerers don't have, or like sorceries don't have good long range options, because it used to be the other way around, where miracles, that would be the Dark Souls counterpart to incantations. Miracles didn't have these super long ranges except for slow to cast lightning miracles, like lightning spear or sunlight spear, and all the long range tools went to sorcerers. But now it's like, oh, that stuff's overpowered, let's just swap it around. Now you have all these amazing long range tools for incantations, and sorceries get what? Comets? Even like Founding Rain of Stars or some of these other ones. Okay, we're just gonna take our time. Formic acid. Pantalones giganticus. That's what that made me think of. Alright, alright. I got you, Sir Ant. Madam Ant. Ant, I guess. Do ants even go by Sir or Ma'am? I guess they would go by Ma'am most of the time, wouldn't they? Except for the ones that that can clearly change between sexes. And it's like, whatever. It's whatever works. That's right, just come to me. Line up one at a time. And you guys were guarding a whole bunch of formic rock. And should I be surprised? No. Am I? Slightly. Very, very slightly. Surprised. Mainly because I'm not sure a bunch of rock is worth guarding, but I guess to the ants... I guess to those ants, it's worth... they're worth guarding. It's like if you tried to take a... fungal garden from a hive of ants, you would have ants chasing after you. Because they would smell it's gone, and they wouldn't be able to detect it, and they would become panicked. Well, they wouldn't become panicked in the same way we do. Some other behavior or instinct would take effect. They would probably forage for additional resources if I had to peg a guess. Definitely go check out Ants Canada if you want to see that. Ants Canada is probably one of... Oh, jeez. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it, Madam Ant. That's right. You stay the heck away from me. I could just imagine some of my favorite YouTubers just freaking out with these giant frickin' ants. Oh. And boy, wouldn't that just be a treat? Everyone, I mean, I freak out over the creatures. I freak out over the ants, and I almost freaked out again. I have heard of people avoid this area because of the ants, because they just don't want to be ambushed by ants, either because they have a fear of giant insects or you know, something along those lines. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. This game does do a semi-good job at producing jump scares every so often. Just remember to look up more than anything in this area. Like, look up, look around, pan your camera. You know, use the tools you're given, and you'll like drastically reduce the chances that you're getting ambushed by ants that might cause you to, like, I don't know, palpitate in fear, seeing as how you can't pause the game, so you can't, like, process the ant, like, the ambushing ants unless you kill them first. Something like that. So how is everyone so far? Really, that is an evil place to hide this. That is a super evil place to hide this. But really freaking clever, all at the same time. Kudos to you, Kernifer. Kudos to you. Also, I thought that was totally sitting on a branch. It wasn't. It was in midair the whole time. Ah, gotta love depth perception, am I right? Or am I right? Or could I possibly be right? They could really only pantomime the same joke, say the same joke so many ways. Well, hello there. Let's spend these level ups, shall we? Those would be spells coin.
Share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
I'm actually going to put these points in intelligence. Now, anymore. So I think it might be prudent for us to rearrange our setup a little bit. Actually think about what we want to do. So in terms of our stuff, we're going to do this, speak to the finger reader over there, and then take a break. Just making sure I didn't like, mess up anything in particular. Okay, we have ourselves a staff. Great, we're gonna need it. Now, what are we gonna cast? Obviously, you're going to want mists. Lots of them. Anything that inflicts a status would be good. We also want spells that can inflict status and or you know, generators that we definitely want a melee option. And then in terms of a vegetable spirit, okay. None of our generators are really going to generate a status. Most of them are flat damage, so let's just stick to a couple of good resources. A couple of good ones. I like these two. Then for our actual status stuff, we're gonna want probably freezing mist. Ooh, that's gonna be a tough call. We're gonna have to figure out what exactly we want. Well, tough call in the sense that we really gotta mind, you know, how often we're swapping spells and catalysts. We probably want to set ourselves up for success this way. Or if we want frost, we'll switch to the frost staff, and then the rest of the time we'll be using incantations. Whoops, that is completely wrong. Oh, and I guess why the heck not? Bestial Sling's been doing us some real good. Alright, what else? Well, it would behoove us. We don't want to overload with frost stuff yet. We want poison mist, poison bolt, frenzy burst. What else? While we're here, we could consider utility afterwards, because we are going to want some level of utility while we're here. I think freezing mist should become ancient death rancor. We are in the land of those who live in death, so we will want like anti-death spells eventually. Guess let's pick up rot breath, and then then we'll also pick up. We need a good fire spell, flame. Bleh. We actually don't have room for that. Because that's 3 whole slots. Okay. Good to know. Let's go for Order Healing, Litany of Proper Death, Blessings Boon, and then we have room for one more. Something that fits in with what we're doing. I forget. Poison? Is poison or... Don't know. This last spell. Maybe the last spell can be... We don't... I mean, the Frenzied Flame does do... Frenzied Burst does do fire. So I guess we technically have... Fire, physical, magic, lightning. For that last spell. I just don't know. We don't have anything for holy damage negation, so I'm legitimately at a loss. I guess Flame Cleanse Me. Let's do that. Then afterwards...
Lord Godwin. Such cruelty. Such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die. As a martyr to destined death. But why must it yet bring such disgrace? A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be? Lord Godwin. Oh, my poor sweet.
Now we know. You remember in the intro where they talk about, oh, on the night of the Black Knives, Godwin was the first to fall. And then after that, the shattering took place. And I suppose the trailer just kind of goes through and show, like, the in-game introduction just kind of goes through and shows all this. This is what happened to Godwin. Like, his death. The fact that he did not die a true death. Is really going to help explain a lot of what's going on here. A lot of what's going on here. And we'll have the opportunity to learn more at the end of this commercial break. Please definitely feel free to stretch for at least 90 seconds. But I will be, taking a 5-minute break. And when I get back, I'll engage in just a little bit of shilling. And then we'll keep going. Have fun, and I'll see you after the break. you know, if I could take breaks at around this time period, assuming there's even a freaking pattern to them whatsoever, we can just skip out all the drop frames, eh? Because they'll occur at points where none of it matters. Where none of those frames are relevant or important. I don't know. But I am back. Hope everyone had a good intermission, good break. Let's get back into this, shall we? First thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the Table of Lost Grace, and we're going to see about... I don't think we have any new materials with which to tinker our weapons. We shouldn't have anything beyond level 6 at this point, but it's worth a shot. And at the worst case scenario, we can get another level up. We can get another level up. No sombers, so I think at best we have spirits. Sure do. We've got spirits. Tell the Headless, join the ranks. Level 5. And I believe that'll be it. Yep, definitely it. Although Dolores might be an interesting thing to fiddle with. Ghost Glovewort. Grave Glovewort. No. Nope. We're gonna run into an upgrade problem. I guess you can really only tailor-make so many spirits before you run into an issue. I guess let's start, selling runes. We have a ton to get rid of. That's another level up right there. An extra point in Arcane that we maybe didn't have before. I wonder, can we... I don't think we can talk to Enya yet. We have 5 rune pieces. We need like 15 more. But I'm gonna try anyway. Each purchase in this shop consumes 20 rune pieces. Okay. For each held in inventory, increases mind by 1. Shatter this rune to retrieve 20 rune pieces. Okay, so the grafted runes increase a stat by 1. I guess it's good we did this. Cradled runes. Cradled focus. Increases maximum FP. Increases FP regen by 1/2 second. Decreases spell FP cost by 1. Stealth effectiveness by 1.5. And then Leonin runes is stamina, skill FP, max equip load, but effective bow range. Okay, so I understand how this works. It's based on the great runes you obtain. And you get them, it seems like you get the most choice for, you know, the grafted set, so to speak. The grafted binding runes. It's interesting. I wonder how much this is really worth. It seems like it would be better not to do that, and instead just increase, like, other parameters, such as spell FP. But Vigor could be good. Mind can be good. Endurance could be good, and whatever stat you're focusing on. For us, because we're kind of a polyglot of different stats, it won't be the best in the whole wide world. The unborn demigod. Ah, okay. That must be what the egg was carrying. Nope. That's not what I was looking to do. Good to know. I'm glad that's there. It's just gonna take us a lot of rune pieces to even get something good. Alright, let's put another point in... I don't know. Arcane, I guess? We do eventually need 50. Oh, and that begs a question. Like, now because we can do either, what should our... Should we boost the potency of any spells at all? Or would it be better if we, say, focused on longevity, or focus on specific kinds of attacks? These bring up good... Or we could, you know, increase our runes. That's always good. Sleep, yep. Robustness, immunity, concentration. We don't get the draining, but honestly that might be fine. Just kind of like thinking through my thought processes, I guess. I'm thinking, nope, that is the wrong one. We want Deeproot depths. The map is just beyond the horizon. Map is somewhere over there. Alright. Let's do this. We're gonna start with our incantations. And then we can shift to other stuff as necessary. So this place is... How do I word it? It's a surreal place. And there are lots and lots and lots of nooks and crannies everywhere. Everywhere you look. There's a new place. There's something hidden. We had the chance to miss a lot of stuff while we're here. Something I'm going to be doing our darndest to make sure doesn't happen, but you can only do so much. Even the waterfalls have objects of interest. Not this waterfall. I think it's either this one or one of the others. Right here. It's got a freaking rune bear. I am going to die if I don't get this under control. Is it just me, or is this rune bear, like, faster? Oh, we have a guest. We have a lot of guests. You really cannot take your eyes off this rune bear for a second. Run. Just run. Don't stand around. Run. Come on. Come this way, Sir Bear. Or Madam Bear. Good, I'm glad I had the instinct to mark that. I definitely got the feeling that I would have been missing out. Prince of Death's Cyst. Is that the... Greatly raises vitality and drains death. Oh yeah, we're gonna get some spells later that, build up death in ourselves. And we kind of want to be ready for those. Okay, mark. Yeah, it becomes really important to be aware of death. I think it is probably the most punishing status effect in the game. Now, did I say it was unfair? No, not at all. In most instances, it might feel cheap, but I wouldn't call it unfair. You usually know about the enemy that dispenses with death ahead of time. You know when you're dealing with a basilisk. You know when you're dealing with when you're dealing with Fee's champions, or you're dealing with the boss at the end of Fee's quest. Like, you're aware of the death blight. Also, you should just generally be aware when you're heading into regions that host death blight. There are Miranda blooms that also host undeath. And because you're aware of the area that is hosting this death blight, it shouldn't come as a surprise to you when you die to it. It'll suck, but you shouldn't be surprised. Maybe one part of this picture can be spent blaming Pernifer for this rather punishing change, where, you know, the death blight drains your runes. It's not just instant death. It's instant death with no chance for material recovery. But it could be worse. It could reduce your stats until you recover your marker. It could be a lot worse. But you are at the very least aware of when it is happening to you. And you know to be prepared with either some boluses, or at this point you should probably have like Prince of Death's pustule, which you can get before coming here. You can go for the cured meat. No, cured meat doesn't do that. Never mind. There are ways to deal with death, and you can, of course, increase your vitality. And when you increase your vitality, it'll be that much longer before you actually, die to death blight. But we're gonna love inflicting this on the enemy later. It's gonna be great. I'm fine with death blight being harsh, because our status effect is also harsh and unyielding and perfect. Especially if you're a build that takes advantage of it over time. So, the thing that we should bear in mind about this particular place, which I will be able to say more of when we can open our map. Right now we can't, because an enemy halfway across the map has noticed us. Don't worry, we'll fix that soon enough. This thing spits out very hard-hitting powder. It usually won't kill. I will say it usually doesn't kill, but it does hurt. And if you aren't paying attention, you'll get stuffed by it. It's it is delayed though. It is delayed. So if you know, the breath itself isn't delayed, but like the powder explosions are slightly delayed. I probably just kind of have to back it off right now until we have taken care of any stragglers that have joined the fight. Yep, and as soon as it tilts its head up, that's when you know to turn. Ravaged Valiant Gargoyle. Huh. About that, didn't we fight like a pair of normal Valiant gargoyles? Yeah, these things are not the most fun to fight, but really they're kind of like sentries. They'll just sit in guard points. They'll make it difficult to pass. Not impossible, but difficult. And really, they're meant as a distraction for whatever else happens to be lying around. Like a Mausoleum Knight or a number of these basilisks. That's one of those theory of large numbers, right? Everything is deadly when it's in a swarm. Same could be said for those... I'm so sorry. I barely had enough time to muffle my mouth in my shirt. The Ravaged Gargoyles really aren't that threatening. They really, really aren't. They really do just sit and kind of prevent you from going where you want to go. That's all they're there for. And it's the other stuff you're fighting in the meantime that may or may not make them turn from a sentinel into something that might kill you. When I first look at this, I thought it was like a fancy like milk lake or something. It's got this really bright white color, or like spirit or salt laden water. I don't know. But I definitely thought it looked like milk at first. Just made me think of, what is it, Lakshmi? Is it Lakshmi? It's the Hindu... It's one of the Hindu mother goddesses. I'm really probably misremembering that. Gotta keep my eyeballs peeled from them knights. Alright, get ready to get out of the way. Oh, I'm actually glad we have some tree cover here. I would be a little bit worried if we, you know, couldn't get out of the way in time. They're not worth... they really aren't worth your time to kill. Unless you actually need to get to a place they're guarding, then they become worth your time. The Ravaged Gargoyles, I really don't recommend you fight them unless you're a person like me, who maybe has a difficulty with that sort of foe. Mausoleum Knight Steed. Good. Wait, what? Oh, so you have to choose between the Great Knight and the Steed? That's unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, but there will be other Mausoleum Knights that we can look forward to fighting on foot that are completely fair. See, look, up there, another ravaged gargoyle. And we've barely made it, I'd say, a third or a fourth of the way through the premises. And we already have... We're beset by enemies on all sides. There are lots of hidden items in the, dilapidated ruined structures. And with the rune pieces now, you have a lot more reason to do platforming. You have a lot more reason for the platforming to kind of like go around all these structures to try to find the rune pieces. I think they're a great addition, but they definitely do impose a sort of awareness tax on a player. Like, you should be aware. Nice. We've found the map. Who needs one? We do. We need a map. So, for reference, we were here. We entered here. And we rested here. Where we want to be is somewhere up here. Somewhere up here. And somewhere over here. We want to make our way to the end and to the sides. And there's a ton of stuff that wants to get in our way. There are buildings that have to be checked. And not only are there buildings that have to be checked, there are corners that have to be, there are corners that have to be turned and scanned. There are Mausoleum Knights that will infuriatingly dodge our spells, and we'll have to, get creative with our tactics. There's gonna be all sorts of inconveniences, trifles, worries, and annoyances while we're here. When you get to these sort of mid-game areas like this, the game steps up its difficulty curve quite a bit. You need to be prepared for that. The game is not going to pull any punches. I mean, it already doesn't really pull punches in the first place, but it holds back even fewer punches. As you approach these later areas of the game. I would say the only place that really kind of holds your hand in Elden Ring would be the tutorial area, and it's optional. It won't hold your hand unless you ask it to. And in Elden Ring Reforged, the hand holding the tutorial area does only prepares you so much for what's to come. It only prepares you so much for what's to come. The rest you have to find out through tutorial hints. Speaking of tutorial hints, I did have to scroll my way through one. Which painting was it again? Oh, and you know what I forgot to look up? I think I became I just completely let that meme slip by. I will do it over this next break. Sorry, itchy arm. Hard to talk when you're trying to, scratch your arms. Anyway, Deeproot Depths is a lot to take in. Not because it's necessarily a wide place. Liurnia was breathtaking and jaw-dropping because it was wide. Huge swath of land. Deeproot Depths is a lot to take in because it makes use a lot of a lot of vertical space. There's a lot more packed in to a smaller area, whereas with Liurnia you could kind of enjoy the scenery, take in the sights. You can't really do this with Deeproot Depths. I mean, you can. There are places where you could get a nice, good, clear view of whatever it is you're looking at. But it's more about, look at how much is here that we still have to deal with. There's so many buildings we have not traipsed in. There are so many buildings we've not even begun to traipse through yet. Because they're just out of view, or they're in view, but the path to them is obscured. It's a lot. And the rune pieces add an extra depth of needing an extra layer of needing to comb over everything through a fine-tooth comb. Because so far the locations for these rune pieces have been really, really good. There were some that were tucked into bushes. They were hard to find for that reason. They're supposed to have like a soft yellow glow, I'm fairly sure. But we're in a place that has a yellow glow to it already. So everything looks yellow. Not to mention we have a lantern on. Because this place ain't bright enough. I mean, it is bright enough, but it is also not bright enough. All simultaneously. Alright then, good sir. You want to do this? Let's do this then. We either didn't get the mark, or I was slow. Okay, we already have this enemy variant. Good to know. We did in fact mark them. The Mausoleum Great Knights I'm not so sure about. Those I think need a little bit more proactive effort, let's say. I hear the gleam, the background of a scarab somewhere. Is it up above or around the building? Don't know. And now we have the ravaged gargoyles. It's right here. Okay. Nice. Now, where did the... Okay, there are the basilisks. Yes, please step in line so I could get multiple of you at once. I'd love when that happens. 2-for-1 specials? In Elden Ring? Yes, please. We need to find some place to park for a break. But now is not the best time. Especially because stuff can just kill you, and Deathblight makes it worse. Oh, hi. Can they? I don't think these things can be poisoned, but I bet they can be put to sleep. Nice, nice. Oh, also, I like how short this actually is. Oh. Oh, that does a pretty good chunk of damage. I was afraid it wouldn't. Alright, I'll take it. Ash of War vacuum slice. Let's take a look at our new treasure. Wasn't it? Right here. Yes. This Ash of War grants... Okay, we know about that. Don't need to read it. Lost skill of ancient heroes. Hold the armament aloft to surround it with a shearing vacuum. Then launch it forward as a blade-like projectile. Usable on swords and axes. Except colossal axes. Ash of War. Storm projectile damage scales with strength and dexterity. Good stuff. Hopefully we won't need that infant head too much, but I won't say no to more activations. It's one of the few ways we can get sleep, like consistent sleep on a target. Might be not nice to have for the Godskin Noble now that I think about it. Okay, this place might be safe. Keyword, might. We're gonna clear out the right side of this a little more. I think there's still some, yep, there's still some basilisks in the underhang over there. And then once we do that, we should be good to go. Let's check for any more of the nasties. I'm almost looking for a fight, just so we can, oh, okay, we have the FP for this. Good. That means we can make use of our wait time. I really hope I don't regret this. Alright. I'm going to, cast this, and then proceed to take a break. I need to change up my drink. Yeah, that's really about it. I need to get up and stretch and change up my drink, and then we can keep moving. This will be around 5 minutes. I don't expect it to take longer than that. Please feel free to stretch for at least 90 seconds of that. And when we come back, I will definitely do the shill, as I forgot all about it during the last break. See you guys after this one. so sorry about that. We're back. So, I looked up the meme. We'll start with that first. Apart from how's everyone's break. So, the Center for Ants thing is from Zoolander. Ben Stiller plays the main character in that, Derek Zoolander, in which he mistakes a spoilers. He mistakes a replica of, like, the center. Like, he basically has a reading center for kids set up, and or he's trying to get one set up, and his henchmen, or the people that he is in charge of, build like a replica to showcase the replica, and he gets confused. He confuses the replica for the real thing, and then he smashes the setup and says, "What is this? A center for ants?" It's hilarious. They try to explain it's not a full scale. It's not a full scale replica. It's literally meant to be a showcase model, but Zoolander was having none of it. That is hilarious. Makes me want to watch the full film just on that alone. It sounds stupid, but the funny kind of stupid. The so bad it's good, funny. Second, that I just thought I would make sure I actually did what I said I would do, which is to, if I say I'm gonna look into something, I'm gonna look into it. I might not be the fastest at it, and sometimes I might forget, but I will eventually get around to it. Second, shells, follows. If you like the content, and I do thank you if you're here, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Jolt it for me. Lets me know you like it. Lets me know you don't want to miss this content. I do my best to try to be active Wednesday and Sunday for you guys. Today's Sunday, by the way. I do my best to be active for you. I won't say that I'm a Markiplier or a Jacksepticeye or a Lobos Jr., but I will do my best to entertain in the way I know how, the way I know best. And that is through deep, serious discussion. If you are an active user or an active chatter, you will probably like being here. But of course, lurkers make up the backbone of any good stream, and I'm deeply appreciative of them as well. Because without the lurkers, I wouldn't be on the algorithm whatsoever. So seriously, thank you to lurkers and non-lurkers alike. If you want to support me in a more direct way, following and sharing the content are the best ways to do that for free. And of course, money is never required. I will get a job. I will make sure that I can take care of myself, because this is not sustainable income. It is not. It is a hobby. One day I might wish for it to be sustainable income, but that day might never come. So I need to be ready in the meantime. So this is good hobby money. If nothing else. And at the absolute floor of it, I decompress. I would do this whether or not anyone were here at all. So please rely on me for that. If nothing else, I'm going to be dogmatically persistent. For my own mental health. But if you do want to directly support me, I have the donate tab on the About Me section on Twitch. I have the Patreon, although you may have to go to... Nope, I don't think I have the Patreon link up. That's probably the first thing I should fix, is that Patreon link. I will do that off camera. But I have coffee. You can get to coffee through Twitch. You can use my link tree to get to it. You can sub. You can use Stream Elements. Whatever fits your fancy. Twitch Prime is enough to get you into the Discord. Sub, a $2 donation from Coffee, or $1 payment from Patreon are enough to get in to Discord. We do have a Discord. If you want to be part of that Discord, use your free Amazon Prime to get in. We're a quiet server. We vote on stuff. We vote on games. In fact, we're undergoing our first vote. I wouldn't say we're undergoing the first vote today. We've been undergoing it for a few weeks now. But pretty soon we won't be playing Blasphemous because we'll have completed it. And it'll be time for the next game. And someone has already lobbed in a suggestion. If you want your suggestion in the ring, or you want to pick an option that I've proposed, you want to be part of that process, Discord's the way to do it. And I'd be more than happy to get you set up. And if nothing else, you can wait for the 15th of the month, where I do a random gift sub, which gets someone into the Discord, and all other kinds of good stuff. Once I get Patreon set up, if you want to do more than that, like collaborate. You want to collaborate? Gotta pay. You really gotta pay in, because we're asking to do something that maybe isn't on my normal docket of things to do. Because we're wanting to collaborate with one another. That's great. I have no problem with that. It just protects me from random people wanting to do that. I want people to be here because I'm a good entertainer. And shilling is part of the deal. I have to do it. But I will be here whether you directly support the channel or not. And really, you guys being here is enough. Nothing else is required. Thank you very much for listening to this, and my apologies for having it take as long as it does. I'm still working on ways to shorten it. And without further ado, I have ambled too much already. Let's get back to the game. He says as he has to stop and take a drink of tea. So, where were we? We were in... I can't open my map mode. We're still in that mode. Because I think the gargoyles have something to do with it. And we are in the process of going over God's good green earth. Or America's good green earth. This is the game. Come on now. And we are attempting to do 3 things. We have 3, I believe 3, it might be 2, should be 3 bosses that we want to kill. One of them is at the base of, or at the trunk of a tree. Another is way up there somewhere, and one is beyond that in the lake that is behind wherever up there is. We've got a lot going on. It's better to show than tell. But while we're getting set up to show, I'll make sure that we take care of rabble. We take care of people that might cause us a problem. You see what I mean? They're set up as guardians. They're not really there to hurt you directly. They will just, you know, blow hot air or powder at you until you stop approaching, and then they go back to being on alert, but otherwise leaving you alone. And if we want to get through unscathed, and or we want to simply get from point A to point B, we're gonna have to kill them. No choice. No exceptions. Thankfully, when they're sitting in a corner like this, . 'Cause There really ain't much that they're going to be able to do to you. None whatsoever. And in fact, because of these rune pieces, we have additional reasons to kill. Those additional reasons are... Well, additional reason is that they could be guarding a rune piece, and we want 20 of those. In case anyone's forgotten, we would like 20 of those. Nice. We got Prince of Death's staff. This is a nice staff. Boosts death sorceries. Staff embedded with sullied amber. Said to be a very part of the Prince of Death. One of the staves deemed heretical by the Academy for its ability to allow sorceries to be augmented through faith in addition to intelligence. Enhances death sorcery. Or necromancy, I guess if you want to put it another way. Why not necromancy? Might as well just call it what it is. Only it isn't the raised dead kind of necromancy. It's more like the lip stitch kind of necromancy. Or pox-ridden necromancy. It is there to instill fear. And to disable. That's what it does in Pathfinder anyway. If you're not trying to raise the dead, then all you're going to get out of it is a bunch of debuffs. Which are nice. They're nice debuffs. As long as you don't mind some of the more grim aspects of the spell. There's like a level 1 necromancy spell that a bunch of people get access to. And it quite literally sews your mouth shut. I will take your death. You've fallen over that tree branch any day. What is this Eye of Death I keep seeing? Bloated fake eye. Oh, it's not even real. It's fake. It's plastic. The eyes of a basilisk carrying their deathly aura are a dangerous thing to bear. Well, well, well. I didn't know they were considered fake eyes. Where are the real eyes then? I have no idea. Okay, there's nothing up here. This was kind of a magnanimous waste of time. I hope I can get out of this. Okay, I was a little scared we weren't going to be able to... Weren't going to be able... out without dying. Bad. But we found our way out. Really? Really? What the hell? Oh, I know why. It's because I took 2 hits. I took 2 hits from, 2 different gargoyles. That's exactly it. I had to, switch to incantations there. And, I had to take out the one that was sitting off to the side. No other way to put it. I just had to get... I had to keep moving. Well, we're not going to pop a rune arc until we're out on the other side. Also, we can totally zip zoom through these if we know how. Look, see, easy. Easy. The only thing we might have to kill... We don't even have to kill him. Although I may want to make sure we have our runes first. Alright, let's, die again. You know what? I'm fine with this. At least we collected the runes. And I see a rune piece over there. Not sure what to do. Well, I kind of know what to do. It's just really rough because usually Torrent can take that stuff. But we're not in vanilla. We're in Elden Ring Reforged. And Torrent died in the same number of hits we did. So two. They took 2 hits. And they were gone afterwards. They are faster. We might be able to move around them, but there's no guarantees. Yep, sure can. Can absolutely just go faster. So much for going just faster, I guess. Alright. Well, now we're over here. And I believe these things are vulnerable to frostbite, if I recall correctly. Yep, took them a minute, but sure enough. Oh, right, you're up here. Makes sense. Yeah, this place is... If there are any places at all where I struggle to keep my patience, it's this. I don't like these... I don't mind the, you know, tight-ropey nature of these tree branches. I don't, but I don't like them either. I'm a person who has a fear of heights. I'm not sure people knew that. I have a fear. I have agoraphobia, or at least like mild agoraphobia, and that can make some in games it's not so bad, but in real life I have a hard time with. Sometimes even Ferris wheels give me a hard time. It just kind of depends on what the nature of the Ferris wheel is. But I've never been a fan of big heights. Even though I also would love to climb the mountains at least a little bit. Or actually have these nice high-up views. Really, the fear of heights, like, only seems to take hold when I'm, you know, I'm not suspended in a container. Like, I'm free-falling. That fear of just falling is, like, the worst. I don't know. I'm trying to describe it while also making sure I'm not accidentally lying about it. But, I definitely know I at least have a minor case of it. I can't even take jumps in games that are of a certain height without feeling like my heart is leaving my chest. I don't know of another way to describe it besides that. Here we are. Here's a majestic view for us right here. At least I like to think it's a majestic view. You can kind of clearly see that we're still underground and we have these large tree systems, large root systems everywhere. And you can tell that whatever city was here Either learned to coexist through the trees, or the trees overtook them. No in between. Yeah, absolutely no in between. Alright, that's fine. Fall to your death. Thank you. Right, we still had an item over there we could collect. What else? Can fall off some of the branches. And of course, test my fear of heights even more. I also have a fear of deep water, but that's mainly because I don't know how to swim. Once I, undergo the training to swim and I do it enough that I don't forget, I will probably be okay. And it'll be the circumstances that I'm in that will scare me more than anything else. At least that's the way I'm trying to think about it. But talking of heights and scenic views, stuff where I'm quite stable, that doesn't really bother me. This feels pretty liberating to kind of be able to do any of it instead of just some of it. That feels great. Absolutely fantastic. Now that I've actually I've actually experienced the change, it feels great to be able to say, oh, well, as a warlock, I can do anything. We're back to our quality build. We're not flip-flopping back and forth. We can be stable now. We just have to choose our spells carefully. And we should try to find catalysts that function through arcane rather than anything else. And we even get Ice Spear. Yeah, we get useful tools. Alright, let's get out of that before I die. And become a very, very sad man. Or before that... Yeah, up there, the reason why I'm not going up there is because that is one of the major things we're looking to get done. I want to save that for the end. Oh yeah, look, see these guys mean absolute business. Look, we're fighting a carbon copy of Futel. Oh god. That actually scared me. Oh, we only swing our sword if we don't have if we don't have something with a skill in it in that right hand. That's... I guess I should make sure I'm paying attention to that then. Also, I just realized I got so spooked I didn't mark the, Mausoleum Knight there properly. We'll have plenty of opportunities. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not panic. One of the key ingredients, of course, in any FromSoft game is, keeping your wits about you. Don't panic. Don't let the game rustle your jimmies. That's what it wants to do. Yeah, that's exactly what it wants to do. Not because the devs are necessarily evil or anything, just, if I were trying to make a difficult game, I would want to probably go out of my way to try to spook some players. Catch them off guard. Make them less sure-footed somehow. where they're just kind of dealing with their circumstances rather than planning ahead for them. That's the kind of chess match I'd want to engage in if I were a game dev of a game like that. You hear that off in the distance? That is a chime. That is a mausoleum bell. And you know what that means? It means if we get a remembrance, this is a place we'll have to remember. We'll have to come back to it. Which will be loads of fun, because that particular mausoleum will be well guarded. These eyes of death will surely break down into a nice ingredient. At least I surely hope so. Now, how vulnerable are you? Well, I should be careful that I'm not accidentally stepping in it like I'm about to. Very vulnerable is the answer to that. And I believe we've already marked the Mausoleum Knight, so there's no need to mark them again. You know, unless you just like wasting marks, then be my guest. In no Lumiere, I do not want to be your guest either. I overheard something. Or at least I thought I did. Maybe I'm hearing things. You know how, as you age, you tend to get, you do tend to get worse, in your senses. You only get better in decision-making. Yeah, that's really about it. You only get better at making snap decisions. Because you're more confident, or tend to be more confident in what you know. And really, outside of that singular thing, everything else is mutable. Everything else is mutable. There's no guarantee you get smarter as you get older. There's no guarantee that you become faster or stronger. And usually, at least with that, usually at least with the whole, like, physical thing, everyone at least agrees that that tends to decline as you age. Really, Henry David Thoreau put it best when he said that age does not make one wiser. Well, he didn't directly say this. I'm paraphrasing it. Everything I take from him is from Walden Pond, where he comments on the fact that people who are old just have more personal experience with this issue or that, and not really overall experience. They don't have overall wisdom. All they have is the fact that they've might have possibly lived through more stuff, and even that isn't a guarantee. As surely most things are not a guarantee. I have no problem with you just you know, writing like that. There we go. We have the Mausoleum Knights. Good. I like how the Mausoleum Knight disappears if the mount does, but the mount doesn't disappear if the Mausoleum Knight does. That's strange design. It's not bad design, but it is strange design. After all, these things are generally not, They're stronger together. They're not very good by themselves. But hey, what do I know? All I have is personal experience, right? Should be 3 casts for Frostbite. Oh, it feels so nice to get those complete codex entries. Really does. It really makes you feel like you're accomplishing something while you're also accomplishing something else. The codex is probably one of the best things I think I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing, because I've experienced some pretty bad bestiaries. Castlevania, Dawn of Sorrow had like an okay bestiary. Told you weaknesses, but it didn't exactly help you with like farms and stuff. Which, if you're gonna go out of your way to list enemy drops, then that's something you should do. Is say, here's the likelihood that this drops, and be very clear about your statistic, whatever you're using. And also, I'm a big fan of, you know, specifying formulas. What can I say? Crystal Project spoiled me. I don't mind if there are hidden factors in a formula, but it should at the very least be, hey, you know, this, and that, plus X other unknowable factors. But as long as everything checks out on your napkin math, you're fine. World of Warcraft is kind of like that. But the formula, what it says on screen, is not always 100%. Or I'm sorry, not everything the paper doll says is 100% accurate. There is some variance in what it actually does, and sometimes you can have, like, I don't know, 50% mastery in something, and it not actually feel like your mastery, that you stacking mastery has an effect. Usually they're very good about telling you diminishing returns, so you know, hey, don't stack too much of this, so you're not going to get a real good benefit. They've gotten really good about that, but sometimes, even so, you do run into scenarios where a paper doll just was not accurate. Especially true with haste values before they got good with those. Like, not getting the advertised casting speed one way or another, too fast or too slow. Never a good thing. You want your paper dolls to be accurate when they say this stat or that stat does this thing or that thing. People generally like being given facts so they can make decisions for themselves. It's just good practice. So I always try to give, especially in my tabletop groups, I try to make sure I give a formula. If something requires a concise, like a detailed explanation, I always try to back it up with some formulas. Because math is important. Ladies and gentlemen, math is important. Makes the numbers, makes the world go round. No math, no counting, no math, no money, no math, no finer physical concepts. Like, everything becomes more nebulous without math. It's a tool. Math is a tool. And we should use math in order to make the world better. And better in the sense that it's more knowable, more definable. Don't use math to help, you know, handle discrimination. That's not what it's there for. Now, it can be a tool that you could use to support your statistics, to explain why X policy or Y policy would be very good at handling this perceived or obvious discrimination that's happening. Math helps you formulate facts, and facts help you formulate reasons for why you're doing this or that. It's very, very important. If society were not fact driven, a good chunk or a good majority of the time, it would be chaos. Because everyone has different emotions. Everyone has a different basis for outside of facts for why. For why they might do something. The facts can rein that stuff in. I guess you can reinterpret the facts to try to make them disappear or make them irrelevant due to interpretation, but it doesn't change the like if you want to interpret gravity as being relative to a specific point in time, or you want to define time and space as being relative to something else, that doesn't change the fact they exist and they operate outside your definition. You should just use the definition that's closest to the truth. That makes the most sense. It's when people want to pervert, twist the truth, that it gets a little bit, how do I word this? Abrasive. Demanding. The Nameless Eternal City. Yep, this was the, I was trying to see or remember if this place had a name, but, you know, it speaks for itself. It is nameless. It is just an eternal city that only ever was. It interred a lot of dead, I'll tell you that. It interred a lot of dead. Yeah, this portion of the... I think this is where we can get one of the bosses that we want to kill done. Yeah, it's like right up there, up the, on top of that cliff. But we have to get through a whole bunch of Mausoleum Knights first. Go ahead and drink. Oh, I'm quite sure we're not going to be... Or, you know, we can, you know, just take a bunch of damage and it not be a problem. This building is pretty... this building is just pretty. Nah, I'm sure I had another word after that, but... I've forgotten it. Anyone else ever forget things? I hate it. It sucks. I've been a fairly forgetful person ever since, I don't know, say maybe 23, something like that. And it's only gotten worse over time. You really do have to be writing things down when you get older, ladies and gentlemen. Like, if you don't write down the really important stuff, the stuff that you haven't practiced memorizing or applying the knowledge of, you will not get very far in whatever you're doing. Writing stuff is important. Make sure you write it down. Or write it down several times, 50 times, 100 times. Write it down infinity times if that's what it takes. Because only by engaging your memory are you going to remember things more accurately, more aptly, more succinctly. Your memory is a muscle. Your memory is a muscle, ladies and gentlemen, and you can lose it. You can make it get weak, fatigued. Yeah, you do that. Nice. Why did I roll into that? I should have rolled to the side. Oh well, I was running low on resources. I was bound to die anyway. But hey, we don't have to walk all that. We don't have to walk such a big distance to get back to where we were. Isn't that nice? Although we will have to kill a good chunk of those mausoleum knights all over again. Oh, no you don't. What about the rest? I don't see them. I believe spirits you could only make mad. It's like the only status effect they're vulnerable to. I could be misremembering, but I think that's how I'm remembering my mausoleum spirits. You just keep walking, good sir. Why did I jump that way? Goodness. Oh, that backward jump really freaked me out. I was like, why am I jumping toward the enemy? I was clearly pressing down. I guess I had just bumped into a rock or something that got me to get all turned around, and then I just suddenly started jumping backwards, even though I was facing in the direction I wanted to jump. It was really scary. Really quite scary, but that's okay. The game gives you a lot of scary. You're expected to deal with it. Up here is, well, a tedious boss. It is an Erdtree. No, it is a Crucible Knight. Excuse me. It is a Crucible Knight. And we are allowed a summon for it, I think. Yeah, look, there's the symbol right there. This one has a spear. I do not have the necessary HP, so I guess we're going to be summoning Lutel. And I believe we have fought a halberd Crucible Knight before. This one's just going to have more stats, as far as I understand. It might even have a weapon buff or two. Should have the same weaknesses, though. Should have the same weaknesses. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. That is a whole lot of sidestepping. Come on, Lutel. Take their attention for me. Why are they sidestepping like this? They're sidestepping a lot. They should start flying soon, which should snap them out of whatever spell this is. And I'm dead. I forgot about that attack. Yeah, she'll gut check you with a dagger. And it's an effective combat grab. You have a couple of seconds. You have like a second and a half to get out of the way. Otherwise, she'll just eat you alive. Oh, we're burning through rune arcs like they're candy, which is quite fine. You should expect to run through rune arcs like crazy when you're dealing with this kind of difficulty in the middle portions of the game. Game does not pull any punches. Now, what would be... maybe numbers? Perhaps numbers might be good. Should be able to poison them, though. Let's do this. Yeah, and Siluria has quite a bit of range. She is still sidestepping. What is this behavior? I've never seen Siluria do this before. You are crazy, girl. I tell you what. That'll do it. Bye, Siluria. Hope you had fun. And we didn't get anything for that because Siluria was in fact just a halberd knight. Either that or we were too slow at killing her. Either way. What treasure were you hiding, Siluria? It's a good one. That's right, we got the Crucible set. Crucible set has an effect. It didn't have an effect in the game. Crucible set is one of the best armor sets in the game, outside of, like, General Radahn's set. It's good. It's very good. It's heavy. It's bulky. It gives you a lot of poise. Crucible stuff in particular has a buff for aspect of the Crucible incantations. Maybe it's the Erd Tree Sentinel armor I'm thinking of that has, like, a bonus to support incantations. But, yeah, this stuff is great. And especially if you like the Crucible incantations, these just make them that much more effective. And the Crucible incantations hit quite hard if you've got them... If you've got a good build for it. They do hit very hard. Worn by the Knight Siluria and her men. Yep, you should have realized that Siluria was a female name, but hey, it's 2023. Anybody can be named Siluria. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erd Tree. Do I put this set on or not? I guess we could put on the set. We'll lose some mind, but that's okay. Oh, we're still at medium load. Isn't that just fantastic? I suppose we can wear this for a little while. Don't need the FP that badly. Yeah, this has very good defensive stats. and it even contains fantastic robustness. Granted, we want a set that is higher in vitality, but we can adjust for that set. We can adjust for those circumstances when we get there. What we were currently wearing, yeah, this is loads better. We just lose out on any carrying sorceries, and we don't have Magic Glint Blade, which is a sorcery we will want when we are getting ready to tackle Fee as champions. We're not there yet, though. What better place to take a break than inside the cradle of a tree whose giant gnarled trunk can watch over me? We're going to take a small break, about 5 minutes, and when we come back, we will attempt to wrap up the Deeproot depths, ladies and gentlemen. Please feel free to stretch for at least 90 seconds of that, as there will be an ad. And with that, see you after the break. Okay, we are back. That is the last foreseen break for the evening. Everyone enjoy it? Their break? I know, we still have 30 seconds, technically, but what can I say? I really didn't need to take much of a break. Maybe I could have dropped it to 3 minutes, but I definitely would have been late. Kind of no in between on that. Either early, late, or, well, late. And I'd rather be early than late. It's gonna come over. And we are going to just kill 4 at once. 6. 6 total. 4, a 4-fer and a 2-fer. Great stuff. There are lots of items. And just because we've defeated the boss doesn't mean that there aren't difficult enemies ahead. There will be lots of basilisks on the way to retrieve our precious goodies. And eventually we will be running out of resources. We've already run out of cerulean flasks. We did spend some on a boss, in all fairness. Sorry, just trying to, like, I did something really silly, so I really wanted to make sure. Oh, come on. I really wanted to make sure I was alive to tell the tale. I think I just barely managed to catch that sneeze. Ugh. I usually have to pick. I either schnoz everywhere, or you hear the sneeze. I don't know which is worse. Nice, we got a mid-jump. Jeez, you just do not relent, do you, Sir Knight? Alright then, there's another one in the bush. So I can't just go taking it on yet. Yeah, I ate a arrow to the face there. Alright, oh, I like how it's sticking out of my neck. Nice. Nice. That's okay. Oh, I see another one over there. Really? I am just not hitting my mark, am I? But neither are they. You know, that's perfectly fine. We could be called, dead shots or, you know, Johnny Rockets together. I don't know. I think I'm grasping for straws at that point. Where's that other Mausoleum Knight? I know it was there. They were shooting arrows, but I just did not spot them. Alright then, game. If only this were Skyrim, then I could say 2 could play at that game, but the game is designed so that only one may play it at a time. So you gotta take your victories where you can get them. And yes, the game is unfair. The game is designed to be unfair. No matter how much, Oh, okay. You know, Elden Ring Reforged or not, if you're trying to be anywhere near faithful to Miyazaki's vision, then being faithful to the vision means, you know, the game is always going to be slightly skew against the player. Where is that? Oh, that's way over there. Okay. At least I can deal with it now that I know where it's at. I'm like... Archer was missing his mark because he was out of range. Alright, Sir Archer. I know you're behind. Yep, you're right up there. Just get myself positioned right here. So they can't target me. I don't have much time to move. Okay. I have to remember I can duck those. Those are some pretty obvious thrust attacks. I guess I'm just not very good at ducking. What can I say? Even with the Crucible Knight tutorial, like the Phantom Crucible Knight, I'm still terrible at it. Can't make everything about ducking, I'm afraid, though. You'll lose out. You'll lose out on a lot if you do. If you're gonna stand there taking hits, then I'm just, you know, who am I to say no? You learn to take advantage of the game. Never mind. Nope. Never take advantage of the game. The game will punish you. The game will definitely punish you just for speaking ill about it. I joke. I joke. It's my fault that that happened. Definitely my fault. Don't trust me, your games are not sentient. They do not develop a will of their own. There are no spirits to manifest or control the game. It's you and your skill and nothing else. It just feels better to blame something that is out of your control. But when you're being self-critical, you soon realize that blaming things that aren't there doesn't make it look very good. It makes you look like a child instead of a mature adult. That's something that 14-year-olds do, is blame things that aren't there. Something that 12-year-olds do is blame things that aren't there. Adults don't do that. Now, sometimes adults do blame things that aren't there, but usually there's at least a rational basis for it. Just unfounded complaining about this or that that isn't really there. It is the hallmark of a child who doesn't quite understand why something is happening, and the only thing they do is just blame something else, or just complain that things aren't fair. Then again, we're all children in the end, aren't we? Every single human adult I know has always reverted to that childlike state of, it's not fair. It's not fair. You know, when things don't go the way they're planned, the way they're supposed to, whether heroes or villains. Good people and bad alike all lament when things don't go their way, and they all have a pretty similar range of responses. There are only so many ways in which you could say things aren't fair, or, you know, you suck it up, you get over it, and you learn to deal. Or you learn to turn the adversity into success. Even better than just coping, you learn to turn it into success. Really only Or I guess you know, there are infinitely many outcomes. I'm about to definitely lose. Oh, I ducked too early. Hey, just stay right there. Ah, okay. So much for that. Oh, I got sincerely punished for that. Oh, okay. We got our runes back. Good, let's keep it this time. Especially seeing as how we spent another rune arc to do just that. So, in this latter portion of the Deeproot depths, it's kind of pockmarked by open space. Not only open space. There are still some roots that are hanging around. There are plenty of Mausoleum Knights that are also there, ready to come and attack you. But it is mostly open space, and the occasional puddle of, well, okay, not the occasional puddle of water, or like a the occasional dot of dry land. And you know, many chances to fall to your death. That's the other thing that, nice, I'm glad you noticed. What a sniper! What is it? Sniper, no sniping. Swiper, no swiping. Okay, that's it. But in the context of this, sniper, no sniping, please. Don't give me the tale of American snipers. I don't want them either. Oh, I forgot. Oh, you're gonna go back to shooting, aren't you? Okay. Just like we drew it up at Redmane. Or at the Tomb of Heroes. Just like we drew it up. Exactly like we drew it up at Redmane Castle. And exactly as we drew it up in the Tomb of Heroes, both places. Why not? What we're trying to do is make our way toward the top branch. The top branch is going to let us hop onto the back, or the mausoleum of the walking mausoleum. Don't think about it. Yeah, that's essentially what we're trying to do, is get the highest ground possible. It's kind of similar to, I can point it out on a map. Here, at the Rhea Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, there's a walking mausoleum there. You basically do the same trick. You're hopping on top, and you're getting rid of the crystal skulls that are sitting on top. That's all you do. It's not an incredibly hard task, but it is one that is easy to... It's easy to overshoot the mark and then become unable to, you know, recover. You know, if you jump and You don't make it out alive, you're dead. There's no in between. You're either alive or you're dead. All right. Yeah, you can totally hop off if that's what you want to do. Be my guest. But please don't go over to Belle's house. All right, I think I've run that bit to its limit. I think I ran it out the first time, but it won't be the first time I am known. Did I take damage because you popped a squat on my face? Really? Really? Okay. Oh, he was like, you know what? You killed my friend. I know I have no chance at survival. I'm just gonna yeet myself off the branch. Bye-bye. See you never. So long. Sayonara. Oh, that was great. That was hilarious. All right. Well, here it goes. Yep, and now we basically just, basically just smash as many of these as we can. We have a sword, so we should just use that. Yeah, okay, we've done enough. Let's go ahead and open. As you will soon see, here will be a mausoleum. Yep. Examine remains. Wait. Yeah, and you can totally spend them and then make a copy later, if that's what you want to do. You don't have to, like, hold them in reserve, make a copy, and then get both items. No. You could just look at the remembrances you have on file, and if you want one, you can get one. It's easy stuff. Okay, we're going to mark this the same way we usually do, with a building marker, so we know where it is at all times. It is a cleared mausoleum. Let's go riding around looking for small little trinkets, and then we can head upstairs. There's one or maybe two things I should probably show. One of those is, of course, Fia's champions. Because if she said, I believe her words were, do not disturb Godwin, who watches over those who live in death, or something like that. Yeah, don't mess with Godwin and you'll be just fine. So we're without Fia knowing it's us, there's probably a ward or something that detects living souls, and if they're alive, if they aren't marked with Godwin's protection, then or they are not themselves disrupted from the Erd Tree cycle, then they will presumably become part of it, because Fia will send her champions after them. Or maybe it's just Fia's testing anyone, and if, you know, they get through the champions, then you'll deal with her. It's probably that second one. You know, the one that's less reliant on making stretches in lore to try to account for differences in perspective or things the game just doesn't say. All the way here at the back is our Mausoleum Soldier ashes. Mausoleum Soldiers are pretty good. They'll blink around. They're a little bit more of an upgrade compared to normal Soldier ashes that don't do that. Definitely get them. They are worth coming here to get. You can totally sprint here too. You don't even have to fight Siluria. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Well, you don't have to do much of stuff that you're not interested in doing anyway. It's pretty easy to come over and get those ashes. This, on the other hand, is something you have to go out of your way to do. And, let me just say... things about to get rough. That's a rune bear. Didn't we fight one earlier? Sure did. Drink this, that's more important. Aw, I was so hoping to catch you on the cliff there. Oh, that was close. That took a lot of button mashing to get out of. Really? Alright. Just do... ah. You see what I mean? This, on the other hand, takes a lot more effort. Well, I mean, that sprint to get the Mausoleum Ashes, you do have to bump into quite a few Mausoleum Knights, and they can pick you off with a good crossbow bolt or a good spear chuck. Some of them can anyway, and quite a few of, or one or two of them, I think, are also on horseback. But you kind of have to dip really way out there. You can't just wrap around. Follow the water, like follow the edge of the water, basically, and come around this way to avoid attention. This, you cannot. This, you know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what you're doing. Really? The poison can make it hard to see sometimes. We also don't have our lantern turned on. Come down here, big guy. Okay, that could be a 3-hit combo. Nice attempt at a bear hug. Hey, aren't you aware that there's a pandemic going on? Drink, knowing I'll probably take a hit here. Ah, dang it. Bear, get off. Sorry if I'm yelling into the mic. Okay, that time I was just slow. I have no excuse. I was just slow. I don't know why the game has to continually teach me these lessons. I should be perfectly aware that the best way to roll is into an attack. Like into or to the side. Attempting to do anything else gets me in a lot of trouble. Alright, Rune Bear. Also, you can get help with this particular Rune Bear. That is something you could do. As long as you stay within the parameters of its battlefield, you can totally get help. I don't recommend it. You're gonna want to, like, use this cliff in order to bait it into certain behaviors. I find it much easier to fight that particular Rune Bear that way. And you will often be running out of your summon range. Also, I'm glad I did this. I was about to say you don't technically have to do this, and you still really don't have to do this, but hey, you get a rune piece for it, which is just fantastic. I think Curtifer had to have used an algorithm or something. Say, like, which coordinates don't have items? Ah, I'm gonna place it right there. Not saying it didn't take any thought, but, you know, Elden Ring is a huge, expansive place. And I don't shame anyone for using algorithms to make it easier on themselves. This game is just a bigger beast. Also, in other news, I feel kind of really bad for, you know, the Convergence team. As recently, you guys know about Regulation 1.09, and for whatever reason, I think the Yapt, which is like the program that was the precursor to DSANM Studio, was updated up to 1.08, but then, like, the devs just sort of walked off. I'll have to try to find some more information about that, but assuming that is in fact some version of the truth, that's kind of sad. Kind of. More just unsurprising, because the game is going to update whenever the devs feel it's ready for an update. There's no shorting the devs out of that. It's fine. It's up to mod authors to keep the game up to date. And if they think it's too much effort, they should just hand over the mod, you know, or stop developing it, as is their right. But if you are a mod author on a game that is live, you should be prepared for updates. Now, for something like Stardew Valley, where it's like, every year it seems like there's at least one update that really shatters the modding community, and it breaks a lot of stuff. Or, you know, like Skyrim, yeah, then I'm totally on board with, why the heck is this getting an update? What the heck? What is that? Did I... I have some idea what happened. I just wasn't expecting it to happen on the building, or as I was getting ready to pop off of the building. I really just wasn't expecting it, and that freaked me out big time. Yeah, I told you we were going to be making our way towards Fia and her champions. This is that time. But before that, there is... I mean, we can go ahead and clear out... actually, I don't know if that's a good idea now. Because if I remember correctly, you need to have a certain rune on you first, or things are going to end badly. Yeah, now that I'm thinking on it, you need a certain rune. Okay, I think we have some additional work to do. Sorry. Reason why quest lines kind of go. And it's because of what'll be happening. I don't know how much of that explanation got cut out, but the long story short is, basically, these quest lines go so much in hand with one another that you kind of need to do them almost. You need to do them almost at the same time. Okay. Ow. These shield skull... These... What are these? Oh, I'm dead. I am very dead. Never mind. Never mind. We're just gonna stick with the plan. We don't have the type of time to get back to where we were, then turn around and do part of Ronnie's quest. We don't have that time. And I think that was the game giving me a sign, saying, hey, you have a plan. Stick with it. You're not going to have time to do much else unless you push. And I have an exam tomorrow. So I don't want to do that. It's not good practice to be burning yourself at the wick on both ends with an exam looming over the horizon. You definitely want to be very careful. About to lose a lot of runes. You definitely want to make sure you get some good sleep. It's important. You can't think when you're groggy. Okay. If we have the time... Also, I'm just not gonna pop a rune art right now. If we have the time, I'll go ahead and turn in the finger slaying blade. And by that, I mean, when we get to the rest site, I might make an attempt at it. But we won't be able to do much else with that particular... quest line. As we'll have to turn right back around and go through the Carrion Royal Study, was it? Hold on, I could do better than guess. I know where it is. Carrion Study Hall. Okay. I was close, but it wasn't a royal study, it's just the Carrion Study. Probably immune to rot. I gotta pay attention to my surroundings. I really don't want a repeat of what happened this time. Alright. These are not particularly hard enemies. They don't have a huge move set. At most, like 5 or 6 moves. They are things you can track, but you still have to kind of be careful, because like what just happened to us not too long ago can happen again. We are running low on golden amalgam. Those are alchemics. Might as well break down the rest of the excrement. That way we have some golden amalgam to work with. And let's go ahead and pop one. Might as well. I was just trying to be conservative until I had a chance to make more. To make an amalgam. To make an amalgam? To make some amalgam. Jeez. Alright. So we're here at the top. Let's go get that rest site first. And then we will go into that hole there before proceeding onward. I always like having torrent for these sections. Oh, we might not have, we might not get the chance to go back. Yeah, look, we were taken off torrent. Yay! Alright, we've got the rest site functional, although we cannot currently, use it. Can we get back to that hole? I think we're not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to do my darndest. Never mind. I know what I'm doing. Platformer extraordinaire. Nah, I'm bad at platformers, but I'm okay at FromSoft platformers. Because those are the ones that have clunky mechanics. I'm good at clunky stuff. Be fighting Fia's champions this stream? I could take a crack at it with my current setup, but we're probably gonna want specifically Magic Glintblade for this fight, as Magic Glintblade is going to be immensely useful at manipulating AI behavior. I might even switch into that. Well, what the heck, with the Warlock fortune being the way it is now. For those who are just now coming in, also welcome, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your remaining 20 minutes. Fortune of the Warlock got a bit of a slight rework. It only increases arcane and memory slots now. It doesn't increase faith, but it's a little bit more spell agnostic. It doesn't care if you use incantations or sorceries. It just affects spell damage in general, as long as it's status effects. So frostbite, bleed, poison, rot, sleep, any of that stuff. You use spells or effects with any of that stuff, you'll get a stacking spell buff. And having 3 or more gives you HP and FP regen to boot. So we've become a little bit tankier, a little bit more self-reliant as a result of the rework, which is good. And because of that, we are back to carrying a staff and a seal, which I missed that. So it's nice to have it back. It's nice to have our Omni build ready to go. No pressure, just curious. Okay, okay. Oh, right, I forgot the rune bear was in here. We already technically killed this rune bear, and we were at the bottom of the cave. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go spend our runes on a level up. We're going to turn in the finger sling blade. Then we're going to go kill Fia's champions, but we're not going to take the portal to Fia. We're just going to take care of the champions, or attempt to anyway. While we're here, we'll swap out... We'll change out Ancient Death Rancor for Magic Glintblade, like I was describing earlier. You guys will see why soon enough. We really won't have much time, or we won't have much space to do much else. We might not even be able to use our status effects. We might switch. Depending on how well the fight goes. Yes, yes, we all know about taking us for dead and all that. We want to sell our hard runes. I think we should get 2 level ups out of this. Let's find out. 120. Maybe not quite. Might grind. But before that... Nope, not quite 2 level ups. That's fine. Alright, Ronnie. Let's go see what you've got to say to us. Let's give her the finger-slaying blade. Speaking of which, this is a Let's Play, so I do want to take the opportunity to inform you that if you go and collect the finger-slaying blade, you will not be able to do any more quests or talk to Celavis and Pydia. They will both die at this point. I know. Celavis and Pydia, why would you ever do quests for that? Well, if you want 100% completion, you technically need to do quests for them twice. You get 2 puppets for 1 go around with Celavis, and the remaining puppet for the other go around. So that's at least twice. So just as a word of warning, if you want all the spirit ashes, you're going to want to not collect the finger blade yet. If you're following along at this point, it's already too late. Go back to... hopefully you could keep like a spare file if you're not playing on console, which if you're following along in ERR, you can't be. There's a way to do Celavis's full story to completion and still do things for Ronnie, but it takes very specific planning. Exactly. You basically have to kind of do what we've been doing already, which is complete a portion of Ronnie's quest, go deal with Celavis, and the easiest way to deal with Celavis is to throw away the potion he gives you, go give that to Gideon, and you can keep going. Do the rest of Celavis's quest line, because he'll eventually send you over to Altus Plateau. Well, not directly, but he'll say, I'm looking for a glistening star that fell somewhere here. Like, he'll give you a map fragment, I think. And you can follow the map fragment to Altus Plateau in a crater. Get the, like, amber star shard, I think is what it is. Give it back to him. Come back later. He'll have an elixir for you. Then you feed it to Ronnie. You basically can do a chunk of Ronnie's quest at the beginning, do Celavis's stuff, then I guess the easiest way is to just kind of park it. You don't have to give it to Gideon. No, the other option is to hold it on to, oh, wait, there's extra dialogue for holding the potion? Besides, any dialogue you get with, Dung Eater? There are other, NPCs who comment on it? Interesting. Didn't know that.
It was thee, not blithe it seemeth. Even in my slumber I sensed it. It is in thy possession, is it not? The hidden treasure of Nokron. My thanks. Finally all the pieces are in place. Soon must I begin my journey. Upon the dark path only I may tread.
Yes. Lady Tanith will ask you to use it on her charge. Without giving spoilers. That is good to know. So that means we need to do 3 bouts with the, potion. Because I assume if you use it on her charge, that's it. You can't feed it to Dung Eater, and you can't either give it to Nefeli Lu or, give it to Gideon. Those are your options. So, okay. So yeah, make that 3 rounds with Celavis to get everything you need.
But before I leave, I must entrust thee with this. Take it.
And yes, for completing that quest, we get what we need to go, basically collect a rune. He's such a pain, though. Hate dealing with him. Agreed.
My discarded flesh lieth beyond the seal unlocked by it, upon which is carved the curse mark of thy desire. I can fathom what thy purpose might be. Neither of us is welcomed by the brighter path. I see. You may leave now. It was but brief. but thou gavest me fine service.
Well, if you want carrying retaliation or you want some other spells, you do have to deal with him a little. You basically make your introduction, more or less throw away the potion and then you can get the spells. But if you want the puppets, then you gotta do it properly.
What is it? Thy purpose in approaching me was to obtain the curse mark, was it not? You may leave now. I too am to depart on a journey.
Right, we already know.
Thy purpose? You may leave now.
Alright, we leave. So the curse mark is at the Divine Tower of Liurnia, of which there is a very sick, cool fight waiting for us inside the tower, not on the bridge. That'll be one difference it'll actually be a first time. By the way, do you have a most least favorite NPC in Elden Ring? I'm really torn between Fia and Ronnie for different reasons, mostly due to their quest lines. Other than that, I like Dee, I like Rogier, who else? Oh, and I like Nepheli to a certain extent. The other ones are like meh. Even Blackguard, I would describe as mostly a meh. Dialos has a special spot in your heart. I have never made it to the point where I deal with Dialos's quest line. I've made it approximately to the Volcano Manor, but not I've never actually done any of the quests for it. So, yeah, I've only played through vanilla Elden Ring about 60%. Maybe a little bit less than that, because it's just such a huge game. Yeah, I will definitely be fixing that. That is one of the purposes of this playthrough. One of the nice things about Elden Ring Reforged is that it doesn't really change the quests you do or the story you receive. It's the same either way. And I get sweet perks to boot for playing the mod. Alright, let's go get across the roots. Is that he has an unexpectedly soft ending, given his famous quote. Unexpectedly soft ending, given his famous quote. I think I know what you're talking about. You can mention it off camera later if I get curious. I might ask later. But let's do this. So, spells. We've already prepared them. Let's remove some that are not... Oh, right. We're still talking about Dialos. Okay. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. Yeah, he has mentioned that before a few times. I was a little bit worried that I was forgetting something. Okay, makes sense. Okay, we're trying to get rid of spells we don't need, because we're really not going to have the chance to utilize most of them. We might even have to give up entirely on this blessing, or on this fortune. I believe the first NPC, I should be able to manipulate it. I just have to, like, swap between spells of interest. Yep, so this is welcome to Fia's Champions. There's Godwin's body, right? Kind of like right there. Fia's Champions come in... It's like a glorified NPC invader fight. You kind of have a wave 1 that consists of 1 fighter, and a wave 2 that consists of 2 fighters. First one's kind of meh, whatever. Really treat it like an invader battle. As long as you parry, at least at some point in time, and you constantly manage your space, as wave 2 consists of Rogier, one other guy, and I think his name's Lionel. And they love casting spells. No, Rogier's not in wave 2. That's separate. I believe you fight Rogier by himself. I'm a little bit murky on this fight. I've only done it a few times. But you'll see what I mean by it being an NPC invader fight soon enough. Yeah, enjoy the show, guys. I normally don't talk during these. Oh, never mind. It's a threefer. Right. I believe I want to get rid of you first. And I think the only one I actually have to mark is Lionel. I hope. That was bad timing. That's one. Alright, switch. Oh, okay. Now, thank you. As a wonderful conclusion to tonight's stream, really is. So, if you don't want to trigger the Fia's next Words. If a flawless, if nail-biting victory. I was really surprised that the generators worked. That's the spells with the blue teardrops at the bottom right-hand corner of the spell icon. I was surprised Golden Star worked as well as it did. The spell is designed to track, but I really wasn't expecting it to track through the roll, but it did most of the time. There were definitely some points where it missed, but it met its mark more often than not, and I'm really grateful for that. Because if Golden Star was whiffing constantly, I would be out of resources in no time. That is an NPC invader fight for you. If you haven't been practicing on the other phantoms, other NPC invaders, you're gonna have a rough time with this fight. Caster or not, it doesn't matter what build you are. Even though you can know the exact makeup of the fighters going in, they still behave like human opponents with souped up AI. It's like if someone had, millisecond or like nanosecond reflexes, level reflexes. They're hard. There's a reason I use Magic Glint Blade there. It's precisely because of the fact that these that Fia's champions and all other NPC invaders, they don't input read, they animation read, and they read the animation so fast, it's almost like input reading. So if you want to trick them, then you have to do something. You have to use spells that manipulate that. The invader that's always worse for you is Yura. You handle these guys well. I'm gonna have fun with Yura when that shows up. So where you're stopping, that is the plan. So I'll do a bit of a preview for the next time we stream. The next time one of these episodes airs, and then we'll call it a day. So, next time, flip those, reverse it. Next time we're in here, next time we're in Elden Ring Reforged, we're going to go back and handle the remaining portion of the Divine Tower. We have the idol, the hourglass that we need to invert the study hall. That'll be a fun experience. And we'll get to go over the elevator fight, because the Godskin Noble that's here got moved from the bridge to the elevator. That'll be a fun fight. Elevator Godskin Noble sounds yucky, but this thing has been nerfed to the ground. That's pretty much going to be the next thing we're doing. The next time we'll stream, the next time you guys will see me is Wednesday, unless something comes up. Hopefully I can get to, clearing out Blasphemous. I think we have maybe 2 more streams, and 1 if I can push it. And then the next time that I'll be streaming on YouTube will be next Friday. And we'll have all sorts of stuff to go over then. Before I go, I will shout out some streamers so that you guys have some places to go after I'm done. First one I'm going to call attention to is Cheese Whiz. If you guys like variety streamers that play a bunch of games, go check out Cheese Whiz. He's awesome. It's a very hype stream. It's a kind of a it's kind of a unique experience. And then if you guys want bigger, more RPG-focused streams, although the guy does literally do anything, check out Lobos Jr. Both of these are fantastic streamers. Go check them out. They do good work. That's one I'll have to catch on the VOD, since I'm running session that night. See you then. Yep. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Sorry that I couldn't spend more time with you guys today, especially since people came in right at the end. But I hope to remedy this on Wednesday. I've already done all the shilling, so the most I'm gonna say is I have links. Look at them. Click them. Know them. Use them. If you need help ask. DM me on Twitter. I have an active Twitter. DM me on Discord if you're in there. Go, and you should sub for the Discord and emotes. I have some animated emotes in the works that are going to be very, very, very good once they're finished. Very good. Other than that, yeah, I said my piece. I will see you guys Wednesday. My name is Swirling Vortex, or Coin, or Steven, or all of the above. Just don't call me Collect. You guys are welcome in my halls anytime. And with that, I will see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye.